going on, everybody? Happy Wednesday. I'm gonna finish this job up real quick to Montana. Don't got too much longer on it. Let's see. Yeah, just 150 miles. Then we'll see where we want to go from there. Hope everybody's had a wonderful Wednesday so far. Triceratops. Nice. Oh, nice.
Go straight on. That's right.
Redwater River, y'all. That bridge is cool.
Keep right.
Train. Like that. Very nice. Alright, y'all, we should only be about 44 miles out. What's going on, Jason? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I went to sleep about 3:30 this morning. Got up at about 8:45.
Go straight on. That's right.
Could actually be here pretty soon. Got a trip actually planned at the end of May, so could be then. I wish I could, buddy. Yeah, we will. I just transitioned because I get clips without it and clips with it, so that's why I have parts of the stream that's on and sometimes it's not. Right? I was thinking the same thing. I saw that too. I was like, let me give old buddy some distance here. You like doing the Walmart delivery? Nice. I picked up a wrecker from the Tractor Supply. I love doing those. That's a fun one. Same thing for the, you know, Turner Construction. You can pick up from there. I even got one roadside. That was super fun, getting to pick up the wrecker on roadside. That was a lot of fun. And then for other jobs, I like doing the crops, obviously just for the live animation. Same thing with that Pitster Barrett's trailer. That adds all those different livestock animals, bison, bulls, Holstein cattle, Herefords, boars, pigs, sheep. And so those are a lot of fun for me because you can go and pick up at different farms, you know, stuff like that. But yeah, Walmart's not a bad spot to pick up. But I just got to pick up at that Tractor Supply, so I made sure I grabbed a couple pictures. Because I haven't picked up from Tractor Supply many times. I love that store. Always have.
Keep left, and then turn left. Turn left.
This is American Truck Simulator. You can get it on Steam. Jason, stop trolling, bro. Oh my goodness. But yeah, it's American Truck Simulator. That's a big answer there. Just the ones right here in the frame are the Jon Ruda 362 Cabover with the DLC for the Wrecker chassis, and then the engine you hear is a paid mod as well. It's the C15 MBN engine and sound pack. We've also got the N14 Cummins Pittsburgh power. We've got North to the Future, that's a paid mod. We've got a bunch of left lane required mods, a bunch of skin packs, so we probably got close to 200 mods at the end of it, but a lot of those come with paid mods and things like that. Where did I get my mods? I got my mods from Steam Workshop as well as ZEEMODS by JonRuda.com. North to the Future for the Alaska mod. And then for some of them, when I was running on the left lane server with 128 players, that one, they have their own Discord with a YouTube video showing you the step-by-step stuff you got to change within your config file. You know, from the standard convoy size is 8, they have you go in and change it to 128. Obviously, that gives you the ability to play with a lot more people, as well as the required mods that you need for them. Right, yeah, that's why I just kind of do my community convoy. Just gives us a little more freedom over the CB, you know. Nothing against them, I just enjoy being able to chat back and forth with people a little more. But the mods are awesome to have, and they don't require you to play in there to use the mods either, so they do require you to be in the Discord though. Or at least join the Discord for a time. But yeah, some other ones I recommend is like enhanced vegetation. Like the one we're running for traffic is brutal traffic. We've got the weather 3.2 16K skybox. Realistic rain and thunder sounds, which also does an overhaul on the rain particles, the way the water looks in game, you know, ocean, rivers, as well as over 40 high quality recorded sounds of thunderstorms. So definitely recommend it. And if you want one that puts snow everywhere in the game for wintertime, you can get the Frosty mod. That's one we use when we go to Alaska. It is great. See what they got here, y'all.
Okay, here we go.
We will be here soon. Just been given the Wrecker series and time to settle in, just like, you know, how we did the cross-country cattle hauling series. We did that for 7 days. Within the next day or two, we'll probably definitely do some more hauling of the crops. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. I do appreciate you. Thank you for the likes. Oh, not here. You guys had already taken it for us since we were right here at it. But yeah, I'm excited to do some more crops and livestock hauls for sure. This has been awesome as well. I really had a lot of fun with the Wrecker. It is a blast. Yeah, no, we were talking about that. You gotta go and pick up your friends, you know, if your friend got in a wreck or whatever. Somebody hop in a Wrecker, go pick them up, take them to the service station or help them repair or whatever. Maybe it's not. I'm just confused. I could have swore that one was the one for Wyoming there. I guess it expired. Oh, that works out because this one. There we go. They've got stuff you can haul, some construction equipment. They've got, you know, the heavy equipment packs you can get, the Volvo one, the JCB. And you can get the farming equipment. Now, I've done Devo trailers, but like I said, Jason, we're gonna do a bit more of the Wrecker and then we'll move into the other stuff. But you can go back and see, we hauled a special transport helicopter. It was a triple, you know, like the triple lowboy, and we took that thing all the way up to Alaska. So we're not unfamiliar with those big ones. Boba tea? Yeah, my girlfriend likes it. I'll have some when she gets it. Talking like construction attachments to the truck instead of a hitch. What do you mean by construction attachments? Could you be a little more specific? Thai tea's really good too. Speaking of boba. Oh, I see what you're saying. You want to haul stuff like that. I got you. Yeah, it'd be cool if we could do like dump trucks and stuff. That'd be super cool. I know we can haul some of the equipment. You know, we can put it on a lowboy and haul it, but it'd be really cool to drive some of those. But I think that would also, that may tap into, you know, some of that construction simulator stuff like that. Then they're having that new Gold Rush game coming out, so I can kind of understand where they may not want to feel like they're stepping on people's toes, so to speak. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, Jason, you got to get Farm Sim soon. We've been talking about that for a minute.
Go straight up. Keep right.
I feel like it's kind of, it can be both depending on, in all honesty, and that's coming from somebody who streamed it as well, but because, you know, I can watch somebody play it and that will get me the itch to want to play as well. And then sometimes I'll play and I'm like, oh,
And then
it's kind of more fun watching it. But I think that's just, you know, how you're feeling at that time, in all honesty. It's a wonderful game. I love it. I've been playing it for like 11 years, but definitely go through those fluctuations with it.
Turn left.
Yep. Exactly. Go get you one of those Aris. One of those Ari sleepers. We were just talking about that yesterday. I don't think you were here for that. Ashton and I, because Ashton just paid off his Peterbilt. He just paid off the Peterbilt he got a couple months ago now, that when we were talking about it. And now he's looking at getting a Kenworth W900, because Ashton's an IRL trucker, so he's already got the Peterbilt paid off, and now he's wanting to get the Kenworth, and we were talking about that last night, and that'll be a great addition for him. But I was looking at those Ari trailers, a couple of trucks, and it was like $421,000 for just the truck alone, you know, with that special sleeper, like 100 and something foot. Yeah, I think it's like a family thing that he's got going. His own deal. Yep. Yeah, he grew up in that, man. Same thing with Chevy. Chevy, he was one of the first people, it was like the first time I ever went live on TikTok. And they do a lot of, you know, their farming, and they got Peterbilts and stuff on the farm. Yeah, it sounds like it. See if it'll sort itself out here in a minute. It's coming, I can hear it. I know when it's stuck there, then I'll move up, but I think I'm too far away from it to trigger really anything right now. I'm just gonna go around and pick this thing up though. You're gonna get him away.
Keep right.
Come on,
And then
let's
turn
go.
left.
not? Oh wow.
Turn right.
That's rare. I'll let you know it's really stuck.
You have arrived to your destination. Your route guidance is now finished.
Yeah, but speaking of all that, Jason, I used to do a lot of construction.
Time
I
to
started
hit
doing
the
stuff with my
road.
grandfather at 11 during the summertime and stuff like that. And then obviously as I grew up, I worked with him over the years when I'd be there during the summer times when I lived with him, things like that. But a lot of it, most of it came when I started working for my father's company, and that's a lot of siding and stuff. So getting to do telehandlers, you know, drive those around, boom lifts. Oh, that was a lot of fun. And then my grandfather's brother and his sons were truckers, and one of them still is still a trucker. Last I heard he was transporting milk, hauling a lot of milk. They used to do lumber and log. You know, they were log trucks. I believe they had a Peterbilt. But man, speaking of all that, I just love to do it in real life. You know, like actually do some long hauls. I've drove like, you know, box trucks, stuff like that, but it'd be nice to drive a 389, 379. Oh, really?
Turn
That's alright. You can be the first.
Go straight on. That's right. Keep right. And then turn right. Turn right.
I guess it could be, just depending on the nose, you know, it's just a little bit longer nose there. That's why the 379 is a little bit better in case you gotta get in those, you know, little tighter spots, like you would at a construction job, things like that. So I can definitely get what you're saying. But when we're playing ATS and just daydreaming, it would be cool to drive. Like Marvelous Marv, he's got a 379 with a C15 6NZ. And that's a beautiful truck. Sounds amazing. That's why I like the Viper too, because you can do the 379 with it. You can do both, you know, it's got the variant. One of the few modded trucks you can do that with. Yeah, the Weather 3.2 16K kind of addresses that a little bit, Jason. Just by making nights not super dark, because the Weather 3.1 mod, if you still have that, that actually makes night times darker. So you're kind of working against yourself if you have that mod, sadly, from what I read upon. I'm telling you, just sell it all. Sell everything. I just like this GPS the most. In some of my other trucks I use the big tablet, but for this one works best for me. I've done the mini one before, but I kind of like having it a little bit bigger just so I can see a little bit more on the road. And even with this bigger one, it doesn't always save me from the small roads navigation, you know, taking me on and off. But the iPad doesn't sit right on this truck for some reason. It kind of goes up into the truck a little bit, so that's why I just opted for this one. Then 4. I mean, y'all, I had 2 coffees today, and I had 2 things of green tea, and I had the green tea because I ran out of coffee. So, gotta get some more coffee today. I can run through some coffee, y'all, like it's nobody's business.
Go straight up.
Loki, gotta calm down on that. Have a bit too much caffeine sometimes. But usually I can have like 4, like strong cups, you know, 4 or 5 strong cups a day. And then the green tea I made, you know, just double up on those packets. See that nice old concentrated green tea. I like green tea, I do, but I don't know about y'all, but it like dries my mouth out. Like as you're drinking it, it's like you need something else to drink. Super good though. My girlfriend makes it really, really good. She'll get like the honey out, all that stuff. Some of those like natural sweeteners. Not the artificial ones. He's big on that stuff. Man, yo, we've already almost been streaming an hour. Flew by. One thing I can say too about this brutal traffic mod, I really do enjoy it just because I noticed last night I hopped on, as you know, Jason, you couldn't sleep either, and I messed up after eating the lasagna last night. So, you know, we streamed, in case y'all missed yesterday's first stream, we streamed for about 4 hours, and my girlfriend got home, she made lasagna for us, and so once that was done, I went ahead and hopped off, hung out with her. Well, I fell asleep, y'all, because I ate way too much, and so I took a nap on the couch while I woke up, and it was like 9:30, 10 o'clock at this point, so I was like, well, I'm not going to be going back to sleep anytime soon. And so about 1 a.m. that's when I called it, and I was like, and I, mind you, I took melatonin at like 12, and even from there up to about 3 a.m. we streamed. But that was a lot of fun. But with that, from that 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. stream, it was nice just because obviously I wasn't trying to be driving too wild or anything like that. So it was nice with those stops we were getting from the brutal traffic mod, from the random road events of that other mod that we have, as well as just the traffic itself, causing a bit of waits at lights and things like that. You know, you may wait a couple cycles to get through a light, just like you would in real life. I really did enjoy that. Kind of slow you down a little bit more. Because of course we did the real traffic density before, which obviously, if y'all haven't been here before, that mod basically works by, depending on where you're at and what time of day it is, will determine how much traffic you have around you. However, this one just gives you the traffic no matter where you're at. It's like, here you go, which I honestly appreciate that. Because you can get a little carried away sometimes, which isn't necessarily bad, but it's also nice to kind of reel things back in, because I do like to drive a little more realistic. Not always driving at 100 plus miles an hour. Not to say that we don't, right? Because I'd be a hypocrite to act like we don't get driving wild. Because we definitely have some fun.
Go straight on. That's right.
Look at this. Oh man. I think we got stuck over there one time. No joke. Got super backed up like this, and they wouldn't let anybody out. rocks his way. He didn't even break them down though, y'all. Hope y'all caught that. Dumpster gonna fill up quick. DK, thank you so much for the rose. I do appreciate you.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
There's those AI people, NPC people used to be like, thank you for the roses. Oh man. Good day.
Go straight on.
Oh, that was cool. We looked at the distance we had. It was exactly a 555.
Go straight on. That's right.
Nice. And we're getting some rain.
Go straight on. That's right.
Just need that Mustang to pull up a little bit so we can snag a picture real quick. Corey, thank you so much for the follow. Happy Wednesday to you. We're just stuck in traffic currently. Headed to Nebraska though from Montana. Slendog to be specific. Sorry y'all, had to grab some water. Couldn't talk anymore. What is going on here? Oh, again, is Buddy stuck? No, maybe we just need to move up. Got us in a weird spot, RB. Got the wall up. Hopefully it'll come through. That's what we can do. Get it to stop. Almost there now, y'all. Thank y'all so much. Up to 3,006 likes on TikTok, 5 on YouTube. I really do appreciate you all. There we go. Right. Get that right up. What's going on, Hancock?
At the roundabout,
We're in Montana, headed to Nebraska.
keep right. Exit now. At the roundabout, take the first exit. Keep right. Exit now.
Just a little bit.
Go straight on. That's right. Go straight on. That's right.
Qui è vecchio? Alright, Joe, let's ride out. Thank y'all so much for hanging out. I really do appreciate you. You are just joining us. We picked this dump truck up from Glendive, Montana, and we are headed to Scottsbluff, Nebraska. It'll tell us how much we got. Just a moment.
Turn left. Keep left. And then turn left. Turn left. Okay, let's find a new route.
sunset was too good to pass up. Had to get a couple pictures. We have 252 miles until we have reached Scottsbluff, Nebraska, y'all. Not bad. Just ensured we all merge safely, you know? And plus, I'm a wrecker right now. I gotta keep myself to the job, you know? Nothing like creating your own business. And potential clients, you know? It's wonderful. It's a win-win.
Turn left.
goodness, that's a lot of traffic, y'all. Easy there, bud. Oh, highway patrol. Hi, I've got the 362 Cabover with the Wrecker DLC, both by Jon Ruda. The truck by itself is $30, it's a paid mod, and then the DLC for the Wrecker chassis, and the reason I call it a Wrecker chassis is once you buy the DLC, it will be applicable to any Jon Ruda truck you buy. So even though, let's say you get the 362 Cabover and you go ahead and buy the DLC, and in the future you buy the Peterbilt 389 glider by Jon Ruda, that would give you the Wrecker chassis for that one as well. So you only have to buy the Wrecker DLC one time, and it applies to all the trucks that you have by Jon Ruda.
Get ready to turn left.
And we've got two of them. We've got the Wrecker Cabover, and then we also have
Turn left.
just the base 362 Cabover. And we use that for hauling cattle, crops, lowboy loads.
Keep right.
I do need to get us a tanker soon too, y'all. That's another that I think we'll add in. And I think then we'll be in a really good spot, you know, pretty much about where I want to be for a good while with the various series that we're doing. You know, the lowboy long hauls, the cross-country cattle hauls, the hook and haul Cabover on call. You can kind of pick up on the rhythm here. Just that way, that should hopefully give us an option to even make some playlists out of it. Organize it a little bit better for new viewers that haven't seen the channel before, as well as returning viewers. Just put it in a nice order. Alright. 44 miles to go. Knew we had to be getting pretty close.
Go straight up.
out on that one. A little too quick. Volvo, thank you so much for your patience. I do appreciate you. I just need you to wait one more time. There you go. Perfect.
We're finished.
Awesome, y'all. Let's see what we got here.
Let's get going.
A sprayer. I love using those on Farm Sim. It is around back, y'all. Hey, they got a McDonald's trailer. I haven't seen that one before. What? Oh, I missed it. Oh, yep. I went right by it. Car edits. So the way you do that is if you have a Jon Ruda truck, there's a couple different records you can choose from, but for mine specifically, since you're asking me, I'll just tell you how I did it. I have the 362 Cabover by Jon Ruda. With that, he has a DLC that came out not too long ago, which is the Wrecker DLC, which is applicable. You only have to buy it one time. So let's say you had this Cabover, the Peterbilt 389 glider by Jon Ruda. Both of those would come with that Wrecker chassis, for example. But once you have one of the Jon Ruda trucks, you buy the DLC for the Wrecker, and you put that chassis on, which is how you apply the Wrecker DLC. That is when you go to Freight Market, in this case, and that's where you find the Wrecker jobs. Which I really like that you only have to buy the Wrecker DLC one time, you know, not having to buy it individually for each truck, you know, so it wouldn't be like buying the truck, then buying the Wrecker for that truck. That could start to feel like a double whammy after a little while for sure. Yeah, so if I go here, let's see, I'll go, I'll just go here for, you see, it'll say Wrecker from Scottsbluff to Sydney, and then you just take that job, you go pick it up, and then you just saw us attach. Now we're on our way.
Turn left.
Yep, that's all you gotta do.
Keep right.
And there's like I said, there's a couple different mods
Turn right.
that you can get for a Wrecker, but it's just be specific, that is the way I got it.
Go straight on. That's right. Keep right, and then you know it. Continue straight on. Go straight on. That's right.
bad accident there, y'all.
I'll find us.
Oh, Sinclair. Encinitas? I am in the U.S. as well. Hope you're having a good Wednesday.
Go straight up. That's right.
Hit the invisible wall trying to get through.
Go straight up.
there now, y'all. Just around the corner. And we'll see if we can find one maybe to Arkansas, Texas, and Scottsbluff here. Thank y'all so much for hanging out. Hope everybody's had a wonderful Wednesday so far. Sorry, the engine is so loud I can barely hear myself talk. So I apologize if I'm yelling at you. Got here. Need. Okay. Got one in Oklahoma. Nebraska.
Time to hit the road. Don't you get no crumbs on my
That was quick. Just right around the corner. Not bad at all.
Turn left.
Put on in.
Here we are. Safe and sound, snug as a bug.
10-4. All right. Here. Perfect.
Now you drive safely.
Alright, Joe. I'm gonna grab some caffeine and I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. I actually went ahead and fed all my pets, my dog out. Heated up my lasagna. While my green tea was finishing up. Thank you for your patience. Figured I'd just go ahead and knock all that out, so it would be good to go.
Turn right. Turn left.
And we are off, y'all.
Go straight up.
Get over. Man, yo, that lasagna was good.
Keep right, and then turn right.
Did a bunch of layers. tried to trick us, y'all. I'm glad I caught that in time. Oh, come on, Cadillac. Pick a lane, buddy. Pick a lane. Oh, get up there. What's going on, big hauler? Good to see you, buddy. Sorry, my cat just jumped up on the desk with serious. Of course, it was funny. He just dove up here. Thought his brother was messing with him, but not the case. But we are just hauling to Oklahoma, Scottsbluff, Nebraska. Started in Montana today, delivered to Glendive, and then went to Laramie, Wyoming, and then from there to Scottsbluff, and now we're headed to, I think, Clinton, Oklahoma. Coming in way too hot. Not even going to get up the brakes like that. We'll just go around. Hope you had a good day. Hey man, thank you so much for the roses. I appreciate it. Absolutely. Yeah, I ended up going live again. We streamed the first time yesterday for about 4 hours, and then I got off, ate dinner with my girlfriend, and I ended up falling asleep, took a little nap on the couch. We were watching a show together, and then I woke up, it was like 9:30 or 10, so I knew I wasn't going to be going to sleep for a little while. But when it got about 1 a.m. my time, I went ahead and just went live again. And I took melatonin at about midnight.
Go straight on. That's right.
We didn't really have it kick in until about 3. Okay. Got about 8 o'clock.
Keep right, and then turn right.
Oh yeah. I deal with insomnia a lot, so being up at that hour is definitely not something that's new to me. I'm used to it. I still wake up early, so that's all that matters to me. Oh, nice. That's a dream right there. Alright, Joe, I'm back. Yeah, I'm gonna be looking into that, honestly, some sleep medication here soon. I got a checkup, I think, maybe this month, actually. I know at the time we had to look out of ways, you know how that goes, but looking forward to that. I'll wait a while, you know, I'll do melatonin for a little bit, but as we all know, you'll build a tolerance for that, so I'll stop taking it for a while. And then I just started taking it like this past week, so it's really been working pretty well. Right. Oh, I believe it. Find all types of stuff on there.
Go straight up.
Right, yeah, I take 2 each night. Because if I do just a little, it won't do much for me. It'll be 6 a.m. and I'll just like, well, time to get the day going. Good thing spring and summertime help a lot for me just because we live by the beach. Like no traffic. I'm like 7 minutes from the beach. But with traffic, it's about 10. Anywhere, I'd probably, no. If I hit a bunch of lights, it'd probably be about maybe 15 minutes. 15, 20 max. But it's really close, like we're talking just a few miles. But with that, obviously go to the beach, swim around in the sun all day, walk up and down the beach. You can, or yeah, the sun does the majority of it. Oh yeah, I've lived here a lot of my life. Born in Georgia, and I was back and forth between Georgia and Florida most of my life, and then I went to in St. Louis for a little bit, Oakland for a little while, and then came back to Florida. There you go. Go the direction you want to see, whether it be beach or some mountains. Yeah, we went to the beach just the other day. Had some work stuff to wrap up. I'm really hoping I got some super cool news to share with y'all within the next couple of weeks. Just my own, you know, personal stuff, but I'm one of those believe it when I see it types. But with that, after I got worked a little OT for work stuff, just getting some stuff wrapped up for the weekend, and then that gave me about midday, about 1 o'clock Friday, I was home free, and from there went to the beach, stayed there until I think 7 o'clock, so about 6 hours at the beach, and then on Saturday we went to a sub-bar pool for a little while, and then I was hoping, Sunday we were hoping to go back to the beach, but my girlfriend and her niece was wanting to hang out with her, so they did that. I just ended up streaming a little bit, so it worked out. Hey, I appreciate that. Seriously. You get OBS to get your footage. I'm trying to figure out the best way to get my footage. For what do you mean? Are you talking about to capture your game or whatever you're capturing, whether it be your camera, game? Because I do use OBS.
Keep right, and then, you know it, continue straight on.
Oh no, you're all good. I just didn't want to start rambling on at you, and you're like, no, virtual, it's not even about that. But for your game, what I do... One second, Joe, you just want something. Minute. So from right here, you can see this is obviously our game that we're capturing, my webcam that I've put in. stuff. You can see the chat and stuff's hidden, little things you don't see on there. But for game capture, you'd click on this, you'd add something, you'd add your game capture, and then it'd be the window, and you click this, and in this case it's American Truck Simulator, so we just click on that, and that will add your game capture. Now of course with your other stuff you can get into all the other little fun filters. This one doesn't have much. Our mic, put a good bit of stuff on here. Compressor, noise gate, gain. And then I got that thing on the right that y'all saw with the stop. That's just our multiple RTMP. That just allows us to stream to TikTok and YouTube at the same time.
Go straight on. That's right.
Hey Big Holler, thank you so much for the roses, my friend. I hope that helps. If you run into any trouble, just let me know. I'll be more than happy to help you figure it out. Because trust me, I went through months, my friend, months and months and months of just trying to get the best settings set up, whether it be my mic, the desktop audio, obviously trying to get those to fit in, where they're not drowning each other out. And just recently I had to redo that as well, just because we got a different engine. And when you get a different engine, depending on the, like if you got, in my case I got a paid mod engine, so the engine's extremely loud and it's of high quality, not in a bragging way, but it's recorded from a real truck, and so obviously that comes with very loud sound. And so when I switched to the N14 Cummins after it being in this one, the C15 MBN, people could barely hear me. So we had to go back in there, play around with it a little bit, but luckily just from the months of doing it, of troubleshooting over those months, I knew exactly what to look for. And then I asked my buddy Easy, who had become like a best friend to me just from finding me on YouTube. Now we do convoys, all that stuff. But long story short on that, the more you do it and the more you kind of mess with stuff in there, soon you're just like, oh, this is what I need to turn up or turn down. I know it can be a little daunting at first though. And thank you so much, my friend, seriously. We got 21 roses today, y'all. That is awesome. Thank y'all so much. That is too cool. Yeah, and if you want to message me on Discord or something, I'll even try and find the templates, or I can even send you screenshots of my OBS settings if it helps you at all. Like if you play ATS, that type of thing, it'll get you in the ballpark. Hey, I appreciate that, Big Hauler, seriously. That means a lot to me. Absolutely. I got you, no problem on that. I'm happy to help there. If I could save somebody the headache I went through with all that, I'll be happy to. I'd be sitting there for hours, Big Hauler. I'm like, what's going on? Yeah, I saw that. You're, what is it, Big G or Mr. G on YouTube? I'll get you down as soon as I see you more than once, but I knew it was you in there. Right before you headed out for the night. I'm cracking up. I thought I had the camera off. I'm just over here drinking some tea. Going down the road. Oh, don't worry, Big Ollie. You'll be remembered, my friend. If Beezy was here, he'd tell you. There's people that will stop by real quick for just a minute or two and then gone. You know, be gone for a week or two. They'll pop back in, and I'm like, I remember you, da da da. We were chatting about this and that. And they're like, what in the world? But no, man, I really appreciate all of you. And real quick, while we're stopped here, I need to fix my and get it back on the YouTube side really quick, y'all. Just take a minute on that. Let me go off of this. There we go. So I have it synced up, because sometimes now this, there it goes. Just sometimes the TikTok camera and the YouTube one will get out of sync. So like when I go to turn one on or the other off, it'll flip them. And I really do appreciate the compliment. I've been very blessed to be told that a couple times, that just from being genuine, laid back. I don't have Kaisenat energy most of the time, but I try to make it a cool spot to hang out. And as you see, I don't have a problem yapping. Because I don't want to. Because sometimes you don't know, right? Some people just want to chill. I know I've been that way when I watched streamers before I ever went live. I'm like, man, can you just be quiet? I'm just trying to watch the game, listen to the story. Man, we got 30. We're up to 30 roses, y'all. Goodness gracious. Thank you so much. Got 10 people in the YouTube chat. 3,339 likes on the TikTok, and where are we at? At 8 likes on the YouTube. Oh, I love it. Thank y'all so much. I do appreciate y'all hanging out on my Wednesday. No, please don't apologize. I love it. Like I told Easy, Jeremy, you'll see him in here on the TikTok side. He shows up as Jeremy. On YouTube, he shows up as Area. But we'll do convoys together. But before that, when I first started out, Area found me on Twitch, which was just surreal, right? Because I had like 4 or 5 followers, and somehow he found me on there, and we just started chopping it up. And now we'll do community convoys together. But with that, having them in the convoys or having people to chat with, it just makes streaming super easy, just as far as the flow goes. Because I like to give updates, you know. I'll pull our HUD up, like, hey, you know, we got 370 miles to go. We're headed from, you know, A to B. Type of thing. But when you get to have kind of that human interaction and conversation, even if it's just me reading a chat, like, it really does help a lot. But I do appreciate people just hanging out, because I was that way. I didn't chat much. You know, I'd do my best, like the stream, you know, send some reactions, that type of thing. Just that way I'm showing some love, which you don't have to do, right? I'm just saying from my perspective. I wouldn't chat that much, so I do get that side of it as well. I do appreciate it, my friend. I really do. If this Volvo, and I can't tell if this is a Freightliner or what's in front of us, that red truck, but they just keep hitting each other. Well, at least we're going to stay employed around here in this wrecker. I don't know. Somebody needs to tell them the definition of insanity, I think.
Turn left.
Trying the same thing over and over again isn't going to work out too well. Officer. Hey. Oh, and it's a Smokey Bear, full statey here. Sir, ma'am, do you see this? Are you gonna call this in? Goodness gracious. Oh. I gotcha. Yeah, and don't feel bad. There's so many things about this game that people, whether you just jump in, right, and you just want to enjoy the game, just get straight into driving and pick up a job, that type of thing, you may not take the time. It may be months before you look at all the keys and controls and things that you can add, that you could add a hotkey for, right? And so never feel bad about that, especially when you're dealing with a simulation game like this, you know, like even just on my sim dashboard here, which isn't even all that we can do, but I've got my windows, we've got our Jake brake, we've got emergency brake, our headlights, you know, I can turn up my Jake brake, like I'll show you, like I can, and so there's just so many little things that are there. Like he's even told me, he was like, man, I didn't even know you could roll the windows down until I was watching your stream one day. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, it happens. That was like for me, when I first started playing and This was way before I ever started streaming, because I played the game for a while before I decided to start live streaming it. So this is just a screen. This is not an actual button box. I am dreaming of the actual button box though, Big Hauler, because the one I want, it's got a key that'll turn on your truck for you. It's got a CB radio that you can like actually detach from and talk. So like if we were in a convoy, I could use that instead of having to, you know, press a key like this. I could just hit that radio and we're good to go. But I know I try to get it in a good light as far as brightness so it looks as realistic as possible. But just to show you it, I've got a variety of stuff. This is another one. I've just got a few that I thought were interesting. The one that we've been using, that one's definitely by far my favorite, but I've got even these that I can sit here. So you've got our kind of IRL light. Now with my blue truck, this one's perfect because as y'all know, anybody that's watched this before we started doing the Wrecker series. Oh yeah, I'll send you the link for it too. When I send you the screenshots for the filters and all that tonight, I'll send you that link for it. It's a ATS accessory, I think it is. And there's a ton of cool stuff like that. This is like the first one I ever downloaded, y'all. You can see it's very, very basic. I just kept it on there, I guess for nostalgia purposes. I never use it, never plan to, but... And then I think for the Kenworth, we've even got one for the Kenworth 3900. And all this is, if you have a tablet or even a mobile phone, you just need to get the Sim Dashboard app and then get it on your computer as well. And then you'll just configure it and then you're good to go. No worries at all. I think it's for both. I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure that you can get it on both. Because, no, I can't actually tell you. Because I was thinking for a phone for a second. This is an iPad here, Big Hauler, so you can definitely use it on Apple. For a second, my head was thinking Mac OS. You know, like phone and Mac OS, but yeah, you can definitely use it on. If you've got like an iPad, iPhone, you'll be good to go. The one issue I did actually run into with Mac OS is that I was gifted, you know, the MacBook with the M4 chip, and it's wonderful, beautiful screen. I mean, goodness, one of the most beautiful laptops, just, you know, stock screens that I've ever seen. But it was not compatible with the Moza TSW wheel, and I'd already ordered it directly from Moza, so it came. It took a month exactly to get here, and so just because this is kind of a one of one. I know you've got the Hori and all that, but as far as what this offers, being able to change all the colors of the lights, all the hotkeys and stuff, I know I wish it came with the shifter like the Hori did, I won't lie about that. But for what I was wanting, especially for streaming purposes, just for my preferences, this was the best bet. And then we will get the shifter, the button box, and then down the road, obviously I want to get a couple more monitors. At least, I want to even, to be fully honest with y'all, down the road, I want to even replace this one. Just get a more up-to-date, a little more vibrant colors, update the webcam as well. I'd like to get a 4K webcam. It's not terrible, right? But I'd like to get a 4K webcam, and then we'll be good. I think the final thing would be the multi-stock. Just, you know, for our blinkers, lights, all that stuff. But the thing is, I feel like that'll be last just because I've already got blinker indicators right here, lights here, my Jake brake, all that good stuff. So, and even the windshield wipers. No, absolutely.
Go straight on.
Like I've said so many times, and I've heard it even said before, like, it's not even a sarcastic thing or whatever, but truly, whatever you can afford, that's the best wheel, like, because it's not that big of a difference where it's like, oh man. Now for me, just because obviously I knew I had a plan to stream this and incorporate setup that I get, you know, into my streams, but if I wasn't, I might have just went, you know, Thrustmaster, Logitech, something like that. I did used to have a Fanatic them set up, and after that one, I was like, I'm gonna check out Moza just because I'd heard some good things. And then when they came out with the trucking bundle, it was just by chance about the time I was starting to look for one. They came out with that all-in-one, you know, trucking bundle with the desk mount that allows us. That's how it gives me this angle here. And with the little base, desk mount, pedals. Well, I'll just grab that. I've been really happy with it. And the cool part is too, I can change this out, so I can even get like some different ATS wheels down the road, which I do hope to do. Yeah, Discord is definitely in the YouTube bio if it's not on the TikTok. That I do know. I just know TikTok limits me to what I can link on there.
Go straight on. That's right.
Right, same here. That's exactly what I'm talking about. There's one that, there's some that you can even get in-game. There's a lot that you can get that are exactly the same ones in-game on that ATSaccessories.com website. And I just think that's super cool. Because, like, you could have the steering wheel that you've got in your truck, or in the game, you know, IRL. And that definitely adds to the immersion. Well, nice. In my other 362 Cabover, I've got it blue and white paint job on that, and the interior is kind of like this. It's got the blue dashboard, how this is yellow, how that exterior is. But that one's got that retro blue sparkle. Like, it's kind of like this one that we've got in the Wrecker, but just blue with the sparkle. Kind of like the red one I'm sure you've seen if you've got the steering wheel pack. And I've been needing an excuse for that for a while, because I've been wanting to use it since I got the game. Like when we first got the Wrecker, or maybe no, it wasn't the Wrecker. It was, no, it was. We did use it. We used it for the Peterbilt when we did the St. Patrick's Day theme, and then when we got the Cabover, we also kept it green just for St. Patrick's Day and some other stuff, just because it was a really sick paint job as well. But we used this that green carbon fiber one, and that was one I've used since the beginning. As of right now, it is the 362 Cabover in general, not necessarily just the Wrecker, but the Cabover itself. It is my favorite. And then outside of that, I'd probably put the, what was my favorite was the Peterbilt 389 or 379. I drove that for pretty much, you could say, the first 1,000 hours of the game that I've played, and I just checked today, we're at about 1,200 hours, and so I've put a good bit into the Cabover now, but a lot of it, and as I showed you yesterday, we've got a variety of builds that we've drove, but a lot of it was with the Peterbilts. But I put those two, those would be my top two choices, and then in third place I do the W900. But yeah, I just really like this truck, especially right now, because it's one I've wanted for a while. Long story short on that one, I started playing with Jeremy and some other people that had even played the game longer than me, just because we, as I talked about, we started from very humble beginnings, not even able to get other external mods just from our setup. Obviously that's changed a lot since then, but I asked, you know, is there a Peterbilt Cabover mod? And they're like, there is, but it's paid. And at the time I couldn't do that, so this truck's been on my radar for quite some time. So when I was finally able to go ahead and get it, super excited. We've got, I think, about 70-something thousand miles on the Cabover, our other one, because we bought a brand new one for the Wrecker. Just kind of keep them two separate trucks. That way I don't have to reconfigure anything or anything like that. Just hop in them and go. Oh yeah, it is definitely one of my favorites. I'm going to be getting the Peterbilt 389 glider from Jon Ruda for two reasons. Obviously, like I said, it's definitely one of my favorites, top two. Kind of hard to choose which one, like long term, just because they both have a different appeal to me, right? This one being a Cabover, the 389, 379 being the long nose. So I kind of just put them both in first place in their own category. But with that, once I get that glider, it is the only paid mod that you can get for the 389 that has the digital dash. As well as once I have it, I'll also be able to turn that Peterbilt into a wrecker as well. So I'll get like 2 trucks out of that, which is super awesome. That's what I love about this DLC that Jon Ruda came out with, is that you buy it once, and then whenever you buy another truck of his, it's basically like you get another truck for free, in a sense, you know. Different version. I have the game, but I haven't done anything with it. I bought it a bit ago, but I have not played it. And I've been really excited to play it with y'all, but a couple things there. I don't know where to start in base game, you know, as far as just me making a choice on that, which won't be too difficult. But I also want to kind of get going with some mods, so I need to also check out what mods would be worth trying. And I definitely think I would be a little biased just towards American Truck Simulator, just from, you know, what I've seen, like more narrow roads over there, that type of thing.
Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
But I do want to try it out, because I do think it'd be really cool to, you know, at least explore those areas. Especially ones, you know, I may never go to. Definitely would be cool to check that out. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Just wanted to say that. See, we're up to 13 people in the YouTube chat. Y'all are legendary. 3 people on the TikTok side. 3,339 likes. And we've got 25 roses today. Thank y'all so much. Where we at? We've got 216 miles. Not bad at all. Don't worry, I'm not going to burn y'all out with the wrecker stuff. As much as I love it, happy as I am with it, we do cycle through. We've got several series going, and we'll probably be adding a tanker series down the road. But we'll probably be going back to long hauling crops again. You too, buddy. Then more on that. You have a great rest of your day. Stay safe on the road out there, and good luck with your OBS stuff. Give me a thing, and once I get pulled over up here, I'll try and take some screenshots or pictures and send them over your way. Keep hearing these wonderful notifications. 30. Goodness gracious. Got 55 roses. Thank you so much. I was wondering what that bing is. I guess it's those. I just didn't want to miss anything. I was like, hold up.
Go straight on. That's right.
Same to you, Big Hauler. Seriously, thank you so much.
Get ready to
We got the title gifter. Look at you, Big Hauler. Look at that. I haven't even messed with it. I even saw that, like, you know, you can use them on yourself. Like, you can use them on your own stream, you know, buy some and kind of donate to yourself to give yourself kind of a boost on streams, but I haven't even messed with it. I don't really want to do it that way, you know, that's just not the way I do things. Like, I'm not one of those people that's going to go and follow 10,000 people in hopes I'll get 1,000 follow backs or a couple hundred, you know. I'd rather it just be genuine. But I do appreciate it, seriously. Made my day, my friend.
All right.
actually, are you, real quick before you head out, if you're on your phone or something where you can take a screenshot, I'll pull over up here and I can pull that up for you real fast, and then you can just screenshot it. Then you have them. Let me see. No worries, at least I can do here. Second. Go. And get out. Go for this one. When you get an OBS, just hit the plus side. You'd hit your game capture. This will be just specifically your game instead of your entire display. Instead of everything on your computer, be just the game. And then once you click on it and you've added it, it'll say, hey, how do you want to do this? Do you want to capture a specific window, any full screen application? I do a specific window. Then you'll just click here, and once you have your game running, you can just go, okay, there it is, boom. And then here is very similar. Once you've got your desktop audios and your mic, you can click on this and you can go to filters. And for this one, I've got my gain, and there'll be a thing to where you can add them right here. But my gain is at 3. Compressor, this. Time to screenshot of that. And then mic, that's where it gets a little more complex, just to make sure that we flow perfectly with the game, or as close as possible for me where we're at. So we've only got gain, just I've only got it to where my voice comes over just a little bit. And then the 3 band, just because I am using a Bluetooth headset, we all know the compression gets a little high on the high end, so that's why I just lowered that down just a little bit, just so it sounds a little bit more closer to my talking voice, because when I first started streaming, I'm like, I do not sound like that. And I listened to a job I did for 2 years. I had to listen to myself talk, which is, I know, uncomfortable for a lot of people, but I'm very used to how my voice sounds. And then the compressor, we've got a 3-to-1. Used to be a 4-to-1, but I have lowered that down to 3-to-1. Threshold -22, just a little bit more, like you'll see. Then attack 10 milliseconds, just on top of things. Then the release 100, output gain at 0.5 B. And then the noise gate, this is something you can experiment with. Obviously this is where things will get a little more independent as far as your mic, your home setup, all that good stuff, you know, the background noise you have. That's where but this is a good starting point. And then you can do your camera here, right? And so you can have that, your alerts, chat, that's over there. I don't have it on. I could, but the only thing that is we're linked up with Twitch side. Yep. Hopefully that clears some things up for you. And then you can see I did lower the desktop audio just a little bit, because again, talking about the paid engine mod that I had, this thing doesn't care about my filters that I put on here, or at least my Cummins mod. The C15 not so bad at all, but the Cummins, it was not joking around, and just bypassed everything, all my filters, all that stuff, which was fine, but just a tad to make sure it didn't drown me out entirely. Goodness, been so many roads I can't even keep track of them. They're going away from the screen. That is awesome. Thank you so much. Hope that helps a little bit. No worries at all. Have a good one. Get that all set up. Let me know how that goes. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Or this weekend or something. Stay safe out there, bud. Up to 9 likes on the YouTube. Thank y'all so much. I do appreciate you all. Man, that's so awesome, y'all.
Go straight on. That's right.
That worked out. Just go across while the Walmart driver does. Works out for me. A beautiful little area, y'all. Water towers, some windmills, the train going by. Looks like sorghum. Oh my goodness, what do y'all got going on over here? Hensley City living. 165 miles to go, y'all. Two trains going by. Clinton, Kansas. And a great one. Yeah, sorry, it's because I'm outside the truck. This is probably the only thing that's not super ideal about the brutal traffic, but everything else I like. Just this one. Alright, y'all. Nothing this way. Good to go. We're good. Glad we made it through there. And I won't have to stop for that train after that last one we had to wait for. Sorry about that, Joe. I was just finishing my tea. It is foggy out here, goodness. Oh yeah. I just. Listen, got a little discombobulated there, y'all. Just everybody relax. We're good. We're good. Nothing happened. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. All right. Got a traffic jam up there. I just turned my setting, you know, you turn and look left to right like you would on a controller. I just turn to the right and just hold it, and it takes me back here. I can't even see how many roads this big hauler sent.
Turn right.
Super grateful for that, y'all. Goodness.
Turn left.
I appreciate y'all just hanging out with me. Oh, come on, we're good, we're good. We got the right of way. We don't, but we do here. We do here, buddy. And y'all send some good vibes Easy's way. He's been sick for a while. We've kept in touch, but
Go straight up. That's right.
he hasn't been able to stream. He was hoping to be able to tonight, but just happened to play it by ear.
Keep left. And then turn left. Turn left.
Alright, y'all. We gone.
Go straight up. That's right.
old truck wash. We stopped there yesterday and got some pictures. I would stop again, but I think we actually stopped at that exact one. Too far over.
Go straight on. That's right.
Green light. Smokey Bear. Right over there. That's alright. We're going two separate ways. Alright. Oh, come on now. There you go. Pick up some speed there, Jack. All right. Let me see. Got 31 in Oklahoma. Might hop over to New Mexico, Idaho, Utah type of deal. Uh-oh. Some folks back there are in trouble. They got barricaded by 2 state patrol. State troopers blocking them off and a helicopter. That's not good. Like, we're gonna get us a storm here in a minute, yo. A good one, too. Had to throw up a little dirt, y'all. I had a feeling.
It was a nice ride. Make sure you come back and visit me.
We got 2 sets of cones here. See what they got, Joe. Really quick. Just to see if they got anything a little further. Or we go to Texas.
Now you drive safe.
was just too pretty to pass up. How far we gotta go to pick this one up? 30 miles, not bad. We will take it. Bumpy ride here, bumpy ride. We gotta get us some go-go juice, y'all. Running low. Hopefully there'll be one up here. Don't look like it. We should be okay for a little while. think they saw us get in the back seat, y'all. I don't know. What's going on? That's alright, we can take it. Hey, I appreciate you. Slow it on down. I really didn't feel like I was going that fast. Really? Oh yeah. So just so you know, I know why you came to that conclusion, and you're not wrong. Fully, you're not completely wrong, I should say. So on TikTok, the latency is much faster than on the YouTube side. So because YouTube's in 4K, as far as like what I'm saying right now to when YouTube hears it, there's a bit of a delay. I ran over there to make sure though that my voice was coming through. But good looking out though, I do appreciate it. Oh, actually, while we're parked, go ahead and turn the lights on for y'all. Oh no, you're all good. You didn't freak me out. I would have just had a good laugh at it. That's for sure. No worries at all. I appreciate you, big hauler. Hope you get all that sorted. Let me know how that goes. Thank you for the likes. I do appreciate it. How fast these trucks can start. Quick enough. I'll take it. They tried their best. that help it? Yep. There we go. Just a minute. There we go. Cool. Back on track, y'all. Got any go-go juice for us there, y'all. Fuel pump sign. That's alright.
Go straight up.
We'll come across one sooner or later. That is for sure. Now, if that's before we run out of gas, I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully the diesel keeps going though. I think it's a 200-something gallon in the cab over here. In the 389 and 379, we ran a 300 gallon, so we were super spoiled in that one. go ahead and do
Rerouting.
this. Hopefully, this will get us somewhere by a gas station as well. Just from us making that lovely U-turn earlier. Gives us an excuse to spend some more money. Perfect. Oh, that worked out perfectly. And we didn't lose any off of our trip. Still where we were. A little more actually. Never a bad thing.
Recomputing.
They just beat 20 miles, bro. Still, every little bit helps. You got me something from the gas station? Go ahead and run in. Wait for y'all a few. I'm gonna grab me something to drink as well. Hopefully they won't get mad at us for staying at the fuel pump, but don't seem too busy tonight. All right, y'all. Let's get going.
Turn left.
Sorry, y'all. Had a phone call to take. All good now. Hope everybody's having a wonderful Wednesday night. We have got 455 miles left till we get to Del Rio, Texas from Clinton, Oklahoma. That was our origin starting point. This particular wrecker It's raining and it's foggy. Goodness. Double whammy here. Take it though. 1 second, Joe. Alright, I'm back. I did not see the Prius at all. I looked, I thought we were clear. I was like, okay, we'll just go in this lane for a second and merge over. Cool. I'm telling us to call truck care, so I'll take that as a good sign for now. See how much further we got, y'all. 302 miles. Not bad. Thank y'all for hanging out. Everybody has had a wonderful day. We are currently headed to Del Rio, Texas. Just went past the 4-6's ranch. Got a couple pictures. Dunkin' Donuts. That sign always makes me want donuts, Joe. I prefer Krispy Kreme though, if I'm being honest. I'll take Dunkin', don't get me wrong, but if I gotta choose, it'd be Krispy Kreme. Luckily there's not one too far away from me. Maybe like 25 minutes. Down to 267, y'all, not bad at all. Man, those clouds are pretty, y'all. I only say that because the sky isn't always like that, you know. Sometimes there's no clouds, just gray. We're going the wrong way. We just got caught up. Oh no. Was that our fault, or is that just the game doing its thing? We will see. I think I was just driving the wrong way for too long. Now let's see where we're at.
Ready to roll.
Oh yeah, we weren't supposed to go left.
Go straight on. That's right. Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
Y'all need anything from the Home Depot? The IHOP. That sounds really good. I could go for some IHOP. While they were going across, might as well take advantage of it. What's going on, Big Harley? Hope you're able to get all this stuff set up. Awesome. Love to hear it. Happy to help. I saw that picture you put in the Discord as well. Very nice truck. Oh, nice. Absolutely. Hey, thank you so much for the roses, man. You've been going crazy today. I love it. 35. 35 more roses. You're a legend, man. Thank you so much. Seriously. See this guy trying to brake check us while we're trying to celebrate? What is that about? Oh, that is a sick fire truck, y'all. Very nice.
Go straight
Old
on.
school.
That's right.
Hey, well, I was here just in time for you to get it figured out. I lucked out. Feel very lucky. That's a cool sign. Welcome to Ballinwood. City Park. Nice. I definitely
Go
appreciate
straight
you.
on. That's right.
Means the world just having people hanging out with me during their day, you know. Getting gifts, it's like a huge cherry on top, you know. I won't call you that. Nothing wrong with giving people compliments, or as some say, give people their flowers. And in this case, it's literally what you're doing. It couldn't be more fitting. I thought about that as soon as I said it.
Go straight on. That's right.
I'm debating, y'all, if I should get the glider soon. I'm also just really enjoying the Cabover, so I may wait a little longer. We'll see though. That's another one I've been looking forward to getting, but I had to get the Cabover first. I was like, it's only right. I built several of the 389s and even a 379. Right? Absolutely. Yeah, we'll definitely be grabbing it soon. Because we got the Viper 2, the Res built, the SCS Peterbilt 389, and is there one more? So that put us at 4. 4 builds so far. Then we got the W900 and the K100, and then our 2 362s. Yeah, we've got another one right now, but we got a black. Looks like it should be a Peterbilt. One I picked up had the emblem. As far as this one doesn't.
Go straight on and then keep.
Yeah, I was super stoked to see, because the first one we ever did was a dump truck, which was super awesome.
Keep left and then turn left.
And then when I saw we could haul cabovers with the Cabover Wrecker, I was like, oh man, that's a dream. I even got a comment on the TikTok I posted of when I was towing the Cabover, and it was like, Cabovers towing Cabovers. Now that's what I want to see on the road. And I was like, see, somebody gets it. I'm telling you, it happened. But with do I focus on doing certain loads of certain trucks, I have done those where I have
Go
you know,
straight
we'll
on.
go pick up, but they're on a trailer, so just keep that in mind. It's not necessarily like this type of setup, but it'll be 3 semis in a line. Haven't done 4, but I think the most you can do is 3. But those are fun. I've done the special transports because we have the special transport DLCs. We've got pretty much all the DLCs you can get for ATS. All the maps, all the paint packs, steering wheels, all that stuff. Cargoes. But with that, they come with like special transport, helicopter. You can haul a constructed house.
That's right.
You can haul military equipment, so like, you know, some Humvees with machine gunners on the top, that type of thing. Yeah, I love the helicopter. I did that one in Alaska, and that was a lot of fun. I like doing heavy hauls through Alaska just because of the challenge. Mexico, not so much. Mexico, I kind of keep it a little lighter just because of the windy roads. Can get almost pretty much impossible to get around on some of them, depending on the route you take. But yeah, I love the helicopter. But yeah, as far as doing that, I kind of like to just stick with the truck, if that makes sense, as far as keeping it immersive. Like, I've got people that I play with, like Easy does that. Jeremy does it to where if he's doing cattle, he may switch over to the Cabover. If he's doing, like for Easy, when he does cattle, he likes to switch over to the Peterbilt, the 389 or 379. And then Jeremy, he did the Cabover. For me, what I do as of right now, as of getting the 362 Cabover, I keep my blue and white Cabover, the one I showed you yesterday, for doing my cattle hauling, my hauling of crops, and hauling lowboy loads as of right now. Now we've got those other trucks that we could use and we could vary it up, but I like to think about it like if you were doing it IRL, you wouldn't have like, you know, 5 trucks for like, okay, now I'm gonna go pick up cattle, let me go hop in my cattle truck, now I'm gonna go, you know, I have nothing wrong with that. I think it's super cool that people have that, and I even have those set up. If you go look, like, you know, when we were looking at my trucks that I built, the res built's literally cattle hauling trailer written all over it. It's got the rodeo livery on it, it's got the bullhorns at the front, the wooden dashboard inside, all that stuff. But ever since getting the Wrecker, I figured we'll try to make it a little more realistic. But that doesn't mean that we won't change it up as we go, just because I don't want to make it too repetitive. The dump truck mod, so I don't have a dump truck, but as far as towing a dump truck, the one we've got here is the Jon Ruda DLC Wrecker, and the reason it's a DLC is all you have to do is have one of his trucks, you know, 362 Cabover in this case, the Peterbilt 389 glider, the Kenworth W900, one of those for example, and then you get the DLC for $25, and you only have to buy that one. So let's say you've got 3 of those trucks, then you can just buy that DLC once, but you'll have a Wrecker for all 3 of them. So it's like if you bought 3 of those trucks, and you get kind of 6 trucks in total if you think about the Wreckers as their own truck, you know. 10,000 horsepower. We're running 1,050. I don't think we need 10,000 by any means, but we're running 1,050 with this one. And it's a C15 MBN engine and sound pack by ZEEMODS. But yeah, they do have other Wreckers as well, but this one is the one that we have. Right. I can get this one up to about 100 or so, but after that, like if I'm not hauling anything, it'll go, but not too crazy. Right. Yeah, 1,000. I think 1,000. You're still okay. You know, because you'll see some people, you know, YouTube channels, 800 horsepower, etc., etc. So it's not too far off. I can't remember exactly how much Marvelous Marv has in his Peterbilt 379, but he runs a C15 6NZ, which is a beautiful, beautiful engine as well. The only problem is it's not compatible. Slab Jerry's mod, at least, it may be compatible. If I pay for it on ZEEMODS, I may be able to put it in this truck. But as far as Slab Jerry's, it's not compatible with the Cabover, but it is for other trucks. So I can put it in my, you know, my other builds I've got, which I do plan to do, just because that is another favorite engine of mine. Bit of a traffic jam here, y'all. Yeah, they've got some Detroit power engines. I could show you. Let me see. Give it a second. I'll go here. See, this is the one that's in my other Peterbilt. That one's only 800. Just for the N14 ZEEMOD that we got. That's the most it'll do. But we've got the Detroit diesels here. This is just where I was talking about the mega packs that I have, where it comes out to probably be like 150, 200 mods or more. But it only shows about 39 just because they're in mega packs. But you can see all these here. So no, not all of these are purchased. The only ones that I have purchased are the ones you see here that shows ZM there. Those I paid for. So I've got 2 paid engine mods. It's the ones you see that say N14 and all the ones that you see up here. Right here when it starts to get to the CM Cats. Those I paid for. The other ones are just like Steam Workshops or external mods. And then there's even some from Slab Jerry, which are also free. No worries. With that though, I'm going to go ahead and switch that. Now what will it put in there? 18, cool. Confirm that. The engines I bought, yeah. And I could even send it to you. How do you drive dump truck? So that's just, again, the Jon Ruda mod. If you go to buy Jon Ruda and you buy one of their trucks, they also have a DLC that will allow you to unlock a record chassis for it. That's how we have that one, because we bought this originally. This was the truck we bought, and then this is the wrecker variant of it. This truck base is $30, and then the DLC is $25. So for the 2 trucks, about $55. But then once you buy the wrecker, though, once you got a Kenworth for Jon Ruda, then you get a Kenworth wrecker, etc., for all the other trucks. I'm about to message you in Discord. There you go. I sent ZEEMODS over to you. And I'll even send Jon Ruda over to you as well. There you go. Now you got it all. And if you ever want help getting all the other mods and stuff, like all those engines and things like that, absolutely. We can work together to go through the left lane thing. Because they do have a video. If you want to, you don't have to join their server by any means, but if you want the skin packs they have, like that's how you'll see like the NASCAR, even the Formula 1. They've got like Lightning McQueen even. Just cool stuff like that, a variety of different trucks, things like that, but it also comes with all those different engines. I'm really hoping that they can get the coast to coast updated soon so we can do another Texas to Alaska. Really looking forward to that. or Mexico to Alaska, you know, that would be a blast. They're gonna make us late. It's in another 50 roses. Goodness gracious. I can't even keep up. It won't even show me how much that is, Vicol. Thank you so much. Seriously. You're a legendary. Did not mean to rev it that high. Well, at least you get a moment to chill out. Let's see. We've got 18 hours, 35 minutes. We'll definitely make it there in time. We didn't sleep for the whole trip, so that saved us a lot of time. Especially while streaming, it just works out better to have it off, at least for me, for what I try to do. Just kind of keep it rolling. Yeah, I've got fatigue simulation off. But I've got a mod for realistic traffic violations, so basically it's to where a cop has to be there to catch me speeding type of thing, which is similar to how it was.
Right.
But let's say you run a red light. A cop has to be there to give you that ticket for the red light, instead of you just running the red light if no Smokey was there. Now obviously you could say, oh well, maybe it was a camera type of thing, but not every single light has a camera. Yeah, I really like that one. When I found that, it was a huge plus. Just because I always wanted to have the traffic violations on, because I don't mind getting a speeding ticket, right? If I'm going flying through somewhere, that's fine. And with as much money we've got right now, I have no problem giving some money to each county we ride on through, but I didn't like how sometimes you take a right on a red and it would give you a ticket because of the light you were going under. Or another one I had to where you'd get a left arrow, green left arrow, you'd go left, but the light you went under was red, so it would give you a ticket for it. And so that kind of broke the immersion for me just a little bit. Still love the game to death. Everything that they have done with it is absolutely mind-blowing. But that was just one thing. So when they had that mod, I was like, oh, well, that's an easy fix. That's why I take the small roads, less way stations. Now every once in a while, right, when it throws me on the interstate and we got to pull over, and every once in a while on the back road they'll catch you, but we don't take interstate most of the time. I've got the navigation on the interface. That's another thing you can do. If you go to settings and go over to interface, there's an option for navigation that'll say best, shortest, or small roads. Small roads will take you kind of the more scenic route. Yeah, it does make it slower. It definitely makes it slower. Like if you did just best, right? So that would mean pretty much interstate and some back roads, depending on the best route taken. Hence in the name. But if you do small roads, a trip that's like 1,000 miles may take you a lot longer than what it would take you on just the interstate going straight down. Like, and I've seen that when I've done a super long haul, like thousands of miles, but just take interstate most of the way down. I can get going pretty far, you know, pretty quick down the road. But small roads kind of slows that down a little bit, especially with the brutal traffic by Cass. That's definitely slowed us down, which is a good thing, because we can definitely get carried away. But it's great for map exploration and also just being able to see more of the stuff. You know, like as we'd be on the interstate right now, we're kind of just on this nice back road, getting to see the more scenic side of the states. Yeah, sometimes it does feel like that. And this mod has just been awesome. This new traffic mod we tried out, recommended to us by Jason. I had seen it before, but I was like, oh, maybe it's not that much different than the real traffic density we had, because that one worked off of basically where you were and the time of day would determine how much traffic you had around you. But this one just gives you the traffic all the time, which is awesome to me. I got no complaints there. Absolutely. Yeah, it'll be great for getting you some more XP for exploring the map and things like that. Now, one thing to watch out for on that, y'all, is that when you are doing small roads, and let's say you're on the interstate, it'll have you exit and have you get back on. So I would just recommend, look at Easy Range Rover. I would have you just like do this. Let me see. This one. Wrong button. There it is. If you do this, then you can kind of see where you're at, if it's gonna make you get off the exit or not. And it still gets me every once in a while, I can't lie.
Go straight on. That's right.
Oh, I don't blame you at all. The only thing I use is that little GPS, and I'll only turn this on if it's telling me, hey, get off at this, and it looks like it's gonna just make me get off and right back on the interstate. That's when I'll pull it up. I do like the Yara. That's another mod. It's just acronym for yet another route advisor. It's an awesome one, but just for the immersive aspect of things for viewers and even myself, I like to have it off. Just have that GPS there in the left corner. I get what you mean 100%, my friend. Oh, you're all good. I don't mind the conversation at all. You don't feel like you got to either.
Turn right. Go straight on. That's right.
There you go. You can just hit start recording, and then you can just review it wherever it's saved on your computer. That type of thing if you want to edit it up that way. Just because I live stream, a lot of times what I can do is just go back through my live stream, you know, and get clips from there. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that'll definitely be a little different than what I got. But I'm sure you will get it all figured out, my friend. I got faith in you. like slamming on the brakes. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's just the C15 MBN engine and sound pack there on that ZEEMODS website that I sent you. You can check it out if you want to. Definitely recommend it. I've used it for months. We just last week put the Cummins in the other Cabover, which worked out perfectly because given obviously the black and yellow theme that I went with, also the same as my channel theme and logo, really works out. Because right, Cat, that's black and yellow, and then the Cummins can just go in the blue and white truck. And I get to finally take advantage of both of them because I bought them months ago at the same time, but haven't used that N14 at all. No worries, my friend. Happy to. Oh wow, this is pretty, yo. Thank you so much for the roses. I really do appreciate you, big hauler. You have been absolutely awesome today. Hey, I get it, my friend, I do. I was the same way. Like we were talking about earlier, it can feel a little daunting at first. And I'd watch video after video, right? But they may be playing FPS games, right? Which are completely different from how simulation games sound, that type of thing. So I completely get it. Alright, Jeep, I don't think you needed to go that slow, but that's alright. Another thing too, depending on the graphics card, because I've got an NVIDIA 4080,
Go straight on.
so that also comes with like NVIDIA broadcast and stuff, and it's got some cool stuff that you can do with your microphone, your web camera, all that. I haven't messed with it too much. I did try with the microphone, but I didn't like, there was this almost, basically there was like an additional noise even when I'd stop or you'd pause the game. It'd be like almost like a little static sound, and then it would stop. and I didn't know if that would translate over to the stream, so I just left it alone. Plus, with all the settings we already have, all the filters and everything on OBS, I think we're where we want to be. Every once in a while we have to adjust the threshold of things, but other than that, I think we're pretty good.
Go straight on. That's right.
I've been told you don't have to, but I would think it helps, especially because that also opens you to being able to do external contracts, just meaning that you get to do the World of Truck events, which are pretty much like community-based events like this one. I'll show you real quick. Like if you look at this one, we just had the Cruising Missouri with the new DLC that came out. You know, it says using external contracts or external market, which obviously unlocks through that World of Trucks account, and then there's rewards and things like that there. And see, right now we've got to get all of this, and then I've already got the personal done, so we're all good there. But with convoys for this, you can either go to convoy, you can go to convoy lobby, and you'll see left lane will probably come up top 2, just because I have it checked for in the advanced filters there. You'd click on this and make sure you had sessions with mods, sessions with optional mods, dedicated server. Then left lane comes up right there, and then if I wanted to host my own convoy, I would host it. I can hit confirm, it would load the mods, and then my convoy would open. Yep, and the cool thing too with that is that you can favorite it. So like, let's say you get all the mods that you need to be able to join me, this is just for an example, and I open up the convoy. Once you get the session ID, all that stuff, and you find that convoy for the first time, for one, it's the exact same session ID every time to be able to find it, but you can even favorite it. So each time that you pull up the convoy lobby, if mine is open, it'll be at the top of your list, so you don't have to look for it each time. So that's another little tip just to make things a little easier for you. Because I had some people that are like, man, I've been having to search this thing every time. I'm like, man, do not do that to yourself. If you, what I'll do for you, I'll go ahead and send you this. I just sent you the left lane Discord. It'll let you join. Once you're in there, go to the how to join channel, and it'll show you the tutorial for the in-game version. Oops. Easy up, easy. I need space. Car, why you do us like this? That's alright, we'll go this way. Just real quick. No worries, but if you go to the how to join, there's a video there that'll show you step by step what you have to do to be able to get all that done. And then once you have that, then we can work together for some of the mods that I have in the optional, and that's also in the left lane Discord. And then I've got a couple that I've added within
Go straight on.
just doing our own community convoy for a while now, a couple months. But I'll help you get all that set up. I can even take screenshots of that, or we can pull up my mod list once we get to that point, and you can screenshot them if need be. Another cool thing though is that it'll also activate session mods for some of them. So the only ones normally that you have to get are some of the traffic mods, just to be safe, and then the external ones that you'd get from the left lane Discord under optional, which are like the enhanced vegetation, the road textures, which add like just nice, more yellow crisp lines, as well as different road patterns, things like that. You know, freshly paved, Been a while since it's been paved, that type of stuff, which is cool to have the variety. We've got a Weather 3.2 16K, which you don't have to have some super wild, you know, 4K monitor or anything. Even though we do, you don't have to have that. We have people play on lower resolution with no issue. And thank you so much for the additional 30 roses. Goodness, that is awesome. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, we're already here. Look at that.
Go straight on. That's right.
Yeah, take your time. And I always recommend people watch that video anyways, just because there are some parts where you've got to go into the ATS folder, the config file to start. You know, you control left convoy, change it from 8 to 128. Also go to the buffer, change that from, I don't know if it's 10, 20 or something. They recommend changing it to 50. Just helps your game not crash with all the mods and all the players and stuff like that. And then it'll even tell you the required load order it needs them in. But we'll work together and help you make sure you got them in the right order. Make it easy on you. Well, y'all, got ourselves a bit of a traffic jam here for some reason. Give them a minute and then I'll go around. As soon as we go around. Maybe that's all I needed. What's going on, Vivian? Welcome on in. Heavy Hauler, I saw you join a minute ago too, my friend. How are you doing? Happy Wednesday to you.
It was a nice ride. Now,
Oh, we have
make sure you come
officially
back
made
and
it to
visit me, all right?
Oh, what in the world was that? We didn't even do that. Okay. I don't know if my engine vibration is just so intense that now we got to drive over this. That's a trip. See what they got here. Goes to Dallas. See what else they got. Right. I didn't know what was going on there. Alright, well, guess we're doing this one. Off to Dallas we go. I do believe we're going to have to accept it from here, since we didn't when we viewed the current offer. No, I do route length, so I go off of distance solely. So it goes the longest route first to the shortest. And just because I've got, I don't know if we talked about it, but I had 80 drivers, 80 trucks, a bunch of trailers, a bunch of garages all throughout the country. And then I ended up selling them because we went from 30 million to 60 million just from streaming all the time. So I was like, we just need to do a reset. And so that's why we've been happily, every time we go to repair y'all and you see me replace all, and then you're like, why are you spending 90,000? It's because I'm trying to get rid of this number and it keeps going back up. So I don't know. We'll have to start doing some more cheaper jobs or something.
Time to hit the road.
Oh yeah. Just from doing, if you do a lot of like special transport jobs, right? Those pay really good. The super heavy jobs and the special transports obviously are going to pay really well. Well, then when you have the coast to coast mod, you can drive them, you know, 3,000 up to 6,000 miles, you know, and then you do a job and you made $500,000 from it. It's like, oh, yep, that'll do it. Because even on a shorter run, they pay really, really good in game. That's why we were talking about when Easy gets to a good spot where he's got a good company, and he already said he's ready. So like, it's not him keeping us from it. I was the one that told him. I was like, no, get a little bit more money. That way you've got a good buffer, you know, in case something does happen. Because, you know, I was just telling him, you know, your drivers as well are gonna have days where they don't find a job, and you've still got to do maintenance on them. So you don't want to be bare minimum. Have kind of a little cushion, and then we're gonna do the realistic economy, which will just make it a little less money for us, which I'm totally fine with.
Okay, here we go.
No, I reset all of that just because what ended up happening, long story short, is I was putting some drivers in modded trucks. I didn't know you couldn't put drivers in modded trucks. Found that out the hard way and ran into some issues with the game because when you're taking mods on and off, especially ones that deal with like the one we were talking about, the 1.49 rework, well, when you take that off, now you got a bunch of missing parts, and that can cause issues for the game. And so we just kind of did a full reset, but eventually once I get my number down as far as how much I have in my account, that's when I'll get it down.
Get ready to turn right.
Because I planned on selling them off anyway, just because if I didn't,
Turn
we'd be
right.
sitting probably at $200-300 million right now, and I just didn't want to do that. I already feel like where we're at now is already extremely exorbitant, so I don't want to keep building on that. One of these days I
Go
may
straight
console
on.
command and see
That's
if I can
right.
get rid of some of it, just for the fun. You know, don't get me wrong, I don't want to just be broke the whole time in the game, but right now I'm pretty much in a very early retirement.
Get ready to turn left.
I can just take whatever job and not worry about it. What in the world do y'all got going on over here?
Turn
Goodness
left.
me. Oh, I'll definitely be returning the favor to you, my friend. Alright, listen, red car. I appreciate you trying to keep me in business, but this is a little too much. Alright? That's okay though. Y'all have a good day. Alright? I'll call this in. Yep, that is where that brutal traffic comes in.
Turn right.
Oh yeah, it gets a little excessive. Every once in a while I have to open a convoy. just because due to the brutal traffic, it'll put me further back than the game is, I think, developed for. And so that's why you see me have to kind of go up to the front every once in a while. Which I don't mind. That's not even the most we had to deal with either. You know, the most was 7 trains, and that's when I was like, let me try opening up the convoy. And once I did that,
That's right.
it reset it for us, and I found that to be a quick little fix for us. Yeah. 7, that's when I was like, okay, something's definitely wrong, because the most I ever had happen was 2. Because 2 was even normal even when I didn't have the brutal
And then
traffic
turn
mod.
left.
But it was rare, but it did happen.
Turn left.
We got 17 people in the YouTube chat. Oh my goodness, y'all. Thank you so much. Even if you're just stopping for a second. Today has been absolutely phenomenal. Hope everybody had a wonderful day. Hope y'all have a great day tomorrow in case you're just stopping by. And we're off. A little too high there. I can get away with starting in 3 low due to the horsepower, but 4, I don't like that. It's a bit
Go
much.
straight up. That's right.
Jarhead, good to see you, my friend. What's going on, buddy? Back on the road, currently in Kentucky. I hope the road's being good to you, my friend. Congratulations back on the road. Hope all your orientation, all that stuff that we were talking about last went well. Obviously, it did. Seeing you OTR now. A big shout out to you. Definitely good to see you. Easy been sick too, Jarhead. I think he's getting better on the mend. He was talking about hoping to play tonight, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I'm thinking that's for the best too. Go ahead and get back to 100%. Yeah, no, I feel for him. I've kept in touch with him though. Make sure he's all good. It's been a rough one on him though, for sure. I'll let him tell it, of course, when he gets back. I'm not trying to tell nobody's business, but... Pig Hauler's back. Super good to see you, buddy.
And then exit.
Picked up an Ollie's load in Georgia and took it to one of their stores in Alabama. Got there this morning at 7 a.m. and they didn't unload me until 10. Goodness gracious. Made you wait a little while there. than I wanted to be there. Yeah, 3 hours is a long time to be waiting. Pick up pallets. Bowling Green, Kentucky. Hey, there you go. At least you got to catch up on some sleep there. That never hurts. Sorry, y'all. I was just trying to get a quick clip. The sunset was very pretty. Got a little road construction going on here. Not too sure, to be honest, Big Halder. Right. I'm with you, Jared. I like always putting on the hazards when we come to a area where, you know, either somebody's pulled over, car wreck, or road stuff, just to add to it. Check something really quick, y'all. I'm gonna keep driving, but gotta look at something. For buddy, thank you so much for hanging out with me, all the conversation, all the roses you sent. I really do appreciate you. Still sending more. Goodness gracious, another 25. Thank you so much. Legendary. Same to you. Hope you get some great clips. I love all the beacons. You should see Easy's yard. He's got the ones on the top. You know, they just go in a circle. Super cool. I opted for interior lights that replaces the top beacon, which is fine because I feel like we got enough there. Not bad.
Get ready to turn left. Turn
He
left.
said, Oh no. Just think of it this way, just know whenever you break down, I'd happily come and get you, my friend. That's how you can see it. And absolutely, happy to help with all those mods. And if you run into anything, feel free to message me. Even if I'm not live. I'll usually pop in and check on Discord every once in a while. You got it. No worries. Ooh, that Cadillac almost got me.
Go straight up. Keep right.
I appreciate you. Somebody needs to. That was ridiculous. Hold on 1 second. Getting a call. You too, my friend. You too.
Go straight up. That's right.
here real quick, y'all.
Go straight up.
Welcome to San Angelo, y'all. Can't see nothing right here. Right there. Here's from here, right? Definitely gonna back up. Just real quick. Yeah, can work. Come on around. Perfect. Get back, yo. Sorry, y'all. Girlfriend came back. Was visiting family. Got to see her grandparents. Parents today. We got home. They had some stuff from Easter. You know how sometimes grandparents will do that, but they got me some of those Reese's eggs, which I'm super happy about. I love Reese's. No worries at all, Jarhead. I had to run out myself, my friend. No apologies needed. Alright, y'all need to let me out, okay? Volvo. That's you. Subaru, what about you? Bit of a wider turn. Go. Clear this way. Back on the road, y'all. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I cannot thank you enough. From all the gifts we've received today, all the likes, all the views, I really do appreciate you all for hanging out. How much further we got, y'all? 253 miles. Not bad at all. On our way out of San Angelo. One second, Joe. My girlfriend wants to show me something. All right, y'all.
Go straight on.
Raquel, thank you so much for subscribing on the YouTube side. Unfortunately, it does not always notify me when someone subscribes, but thank you so much. I see we've made it up to 357 subscribers on YouTube. Thank you so much, y'all. I really do appreciate you all. Alright, yeah, that was my girlfriend. She's just playing with our dog.
straight on. That's right.
enough time.
Go straight up.
What's going on, Jason? You again, buddy? Come on now, give us a green light. Oh, nice. Oh, there's some straw.
Keep left. And then turn left. Turn left.
Yeah, like just a minor one, from my understanding. So that's just when you go to audio, you want to go to pretty much almost all the way down to the bottom. And you just want to turn on the cab reverb. Just makes it to where it sounds a little more like it would if you were inside the cab itself. And obviously being in a Cabover, I think, increases that a bit. And then also my interior truck sounds are up a bit, just so we can hear the rain. Goodness. That's a nice haul right there. No, that's a different one. You'd have to go further down. But I turned that one up just because that's the nature sounds like water, stuff like that. So I've got that turned up, but not that won't turn up your blinker, unfortunately. But one I would suggest, but it's gonna turn up your cab sound. I'll show you really quick. Reverb effect of the environment. So you want that on. Then I've got my interior sounds up. Ambient I turned all the way up. What's going on, Big Holler? You're in Montana? What options you got for jobs? And yeah, we're on the Kenworth one still. We've got 2 miles left.
Turn left.
You got a couple that you're debating that you got in Montana? I could help you decide from there. Sure. Got a bit of a traffic jam going on here, y'all. Uh-oh. Buddy is not in a good way there. Hey, we'll come pick you up once I drop this one off. Still stuck, we'll help him get out of there. Wouldn't that be so cool, y'all? That would be awesome. I would love that. All right, buddy. Go ahead. Get out of here. On this side. I just assumed since there's that gate right there, we'd be going through there. No worries though, easy fix. Watch your mouth, Brandon. About to cuss us out, y'all. Excellent. slowed down so hard. Hey, roller coaster. Detour. I couldn't slow down in time, yo. My bad on that. That's alright. At least we'll get to see the roller coaster a little better. I'll take that. Hoping we get an opening here. Alright. That was fun, yo. Picture. That was cool, the Caterpillar trailer going on the overpass there. back. We'll come help you. First part is that was completely avoidable. Yeah, this is PC Denzel. Sorry, buddy. We were a little preoccupied for a second. We've been driving so good all day. You know, pretty steady. Nothing too wild, so figured since we had that 50 miles to drive, might as well make it some fun. Would have been a blast if we wouldn't have had that accident just a couple miles before the pickup, but hey, we'll take the good with the bad. $109 miles, y'all. Let's do it.
Turn
With this
right.
IHOP right here too, perfect.
Turn right.
Nice. Eugene, my friend, good to see you, buddy. I'm doing wonderful. Hope you've had a good week so far and had a good day today. Super hard brake check there, y'all. I let it trick me, y'all. Had to correct that real quick. train stuck up there, y'all. That's what it looks like. Oh, there it goes. It's moving now. Eight hours, y'all. Let's go. Beautiful.
Keep left, and then turn left.
That was loud. Goodness. Much, yo. Sorry about that. Not even a train coming. Thank y'all so much. We are now up to 358 subscribers, 13 likes for the live stream. Thank y'all so much. I really do appreciate you all. Hope everybody's had a wonderful week so far. Halfway there, y'all. You had a wonderful Wednesday. If you're headed out soon, I hope you have a great day tomorrow. These last few always take a while, just because I think these last two are the Weather 3.2 16K skybox, and that's a big mod, so they usually culprit. That's what a lot of people tell us anyway when they try to join. Big talks with the inactivity. No. Just quick. Perfect. I gotta come to a complete stop. At least they're changing the puzzle up. Gaming Arena Spring theme real quick. Okay, signed up for that. Nice. Check on them.
Go straight up.
Yeah, it is a very big mod. There you go. Trying to pull this back up. At that farm back there, yo, we took a picture that we used as a thumbnail a couple weeks back. Always love seeing spots like that I remember.
Go straight up. That's right.
Yeah, I've seen people build some of them. For me, there's two that I'm willing to spend the money on. And I think I'm gonna go with the one that I could set up next to, like I could clip it onto my desk and have it next to the steering wheel. I may do that. Instead of having it up on the desk, I may have it, you know, kind of below, aligned with the wheel. See how that would look. But definitely build that, Michael, and send me some pictures. I'd be interested to see how it turns out. I've seen some really cool ones. The one I'm looking at is kind of similar to the Moza wheel that I have, how you can change all the colors of the buttons. You can do that as well. Change out all the different buttons and stuff so they all have that kind of backlight effect to them. Which for streaming purposes I can always use a little more of that. Which of course I could run, you know, an LED strip around it and all that stuff, but I don't mind spending the money for the CB radio and all that good stuff. Especially with as much as we play it. Most of the stuff I've already bought is very well, you know, very happy that I decided to go ahead and make the purchases I did, because if you could like did it per hour, I paid like pennies on a lot of it already. And even for like the Wrecker, that's already down to less than $1, way less than that. Same thing for the Wrecker even now. When you just think about it that way, for me at least, it makes more sense. Yeah, I can wire. Yeah, it's not so much about the wiring or anything as much as it is about the aesthetic, if I'm being fully honest. That's what I was saying. I'd be interested to see pictures. I'll link the one I've been looking at in the Discord. There's two of them. And if I get something close to that, then I'd be happy. But again, you got to keep in mind, you can also find so many cool things on Etsy, like SimSima. He sells a bunch of stuff like the digital dash. You can get the stuff to even cover for like my wheel, specifically the Moza PSW. That one, he's got little emblems you could change, so we could have it to where it showed Peterbilt instead of Moza Racing, which I do plan on doing at some point for sure. Definitely recommend checking out stuff like that as well, and that's to anybody watching, not just
Keep left, and then
you, Michael.
turn left.
Oh no, we're not going around the world and back again. What is that about?
Never mind, sugar. I'll find us a new one.
Oh no.
Keep riding.
Yeah, well, we play a lot of multiplayer. We do a lot of community convoy, and then we've got the left lane server as well that we can hop into. We haven't, just because I've enjoyed doing the community convoys, and Easy's been sick, so he hasn't been able to play lately. That's why it's been kind of more of a solo mission. And then Jeremy, he's around usually on the weekend Jarhead's OTR now because he's a IRL trucker, so he hasn't been able to, you know, get to the computer. So we've had just little stuff like that going, but we do a lot of multiplayer. That's why for this I've already got this hotkeyed, but that's why I want to get the CB radio, so that way I can just pick that up and boom. I'm not letting that thing trick me again, not at least on this one. Right. See, that's the only thing I was saying is compared to like Etsy, other things like that, because I know that stuff can definitely get marked up. I've seen like some button boxes for, like you were saying, several $100s. I've seen some for cheaper, but some with the CB radios and the key in it and all the stuff and the lights, all that adds up. And so I just wonder if you pieced it out type of thing, what that would be. I know there's definitely a markup, no doubt about it.
Go straight on. That's right.
I would just be wondering, you know, if you tried to match the finished product to what you would buy, or, you know, otherwise, what that would come out to be. I know it'd be much cheaper, obviously. Just something to think about.
Get ready to turn right.
How much we got, y'all? 285.
Turn right.
Nice sunset coming. And you know, that sunset earlier today, it was like at 8:45 game time. It was beautiful. I'm not sure who you're talking about. If you're talking about SimSima, and yeah, they've got some serious setups. Armstrong Gaming. There's several others. I can't remember the other couple of folks. DJ, he's got another pretty good setup.
Finding a new route.
There's several of them. But yeah, they have the cool digital dashes. I know several streamers that have bought some that guy's stuff. I haven't personally, I've just seen it. Pretty cool what he's been able to do with that, you know, since he loves streaming the game itself and also kind of turning it into a business with making those different accessories is really neat. Gotta respect it. No worries, buddy. It was good seeing you. Have a good night. Have a great day tomorrow. We will see you later. Alright, y'all. Hey, thank y'all so much for all the likes. I do appreciate it. You still in Montana? So like I was saying earlier, what spots, like if you go to Freight Market and you click on the city you're in Montana, what options you got as far as like what would you want to do? Like for me, usually I've got like two or three that stand out to me a little more. I could help you decide. Like if you got something in Washington, you want to go that way. If you want to do a long haul down to Texas or Wyoming, Utah, Idaho, something like that. Oh no, you're good. You're all good. No, but from Montana, you could always do one, you know, a shorter one. Go down to Wyoming, depending on where you're at in Montana. You could hop over to Washington or Idaho. Or if you want to do like if you've got a lot of the DLCs, you could go from Montana to Arkansas, something like that. Montana. Nice. Wyoming now. You're in Wyoming now, up in Montana. Nice. Hauling cattle. Awesome. That's what I'm debating is which series we're gonna pick up next after this one, because we've got the crops, the livestock, just because that kind of varies. We usually do cattle hauling. It even is labeled cross-country cattle hauling. But the cool part about the Pitster Barrett's trailer, if you don't have that one yet, Big Hauler, please go get it, my friend. It is completely free. It is so worth it. It will add a whole different vibe for your cattle trailers or your livestock trailers in general. And just to give you a little idea of that, so you know how in the base game, if you get a cattle trailer, it's going to be the brown cattle. If you get the Pitster Barrett's trailer, if you get Holstein cattle, it'll be Holstein cattle in your trailer, so your typical, you know, black and white cattle. Same thing with, but it also adds more variety. So you can also now haul bulls, you can haul American bison, you can haul sheep, you can haul boars, pigs. Just adds a lot of variety, and it changes the animal that's actually being hauled in your trailer. So that just changed the game up for me in a big way. Got some cool skins you can put on the back. The Pingo, once they get that updated to 1.54, that's an awesome one. It adds skins as well and adds a little variety. And puts different skins with that. Pitster Barrett's definitely become my favorite. Yeah, I'm familiar with his. The TV move is a smart one too, because you can get a big TV versus a monitor, right? You can pay a lot of money for 4K monitors. Which I think that'll be the route I go. I think I'll just get a couple 4K monitors, 30 to 40 inches. Set it up that way. Just because I don't want to set up like a whole spot just yet. Kind of want to explore with the idea I've got in mind that I've had for several months now. Just with the L-shaped desk that we have, a couple of things I want to try first with that. I think I could incorporate that, especially with this center spot right there where it corners out. The name of the mod is Pitster Barrett's trailer. I'll find it and send it to you, buddy. 1 second. I'll just send it over to you right now. Hey, thanks so much for the roses. I do appreciate it. Cool. Send it to you right now. If you have to put a dollar amount in, just put 0, but it is 100% free. You may have to actually make an account. I think that is what you will have to do, is just make an account for it with a, you know, just link an email. But after that, you're all good. I don't know what they got going on up here, y'all. Yeah, listen, well, I'm not waiting up here for the rest of y'all, the rest of the night. I got places to be. We going. Absolutely happy to help. Oh, this is a different one. We're headed down to McAllen, Texas. We are hauling a Cabover now. Oop. Back in the lane. Stop at this gas station up here, y'all. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it.
Go straight on.
Big Hauler, that is a wonderful question. I say do whatever you're comfortable with, honestly. Because like for me, right, I do a ton of live streaming. I upload shorts and stuff. Not so much on TikTok. No, sorry, got that wrong first. Not so much on YouTube. On TikTok, obviously I do. I'll space them out too, depending on the time of the week it is. Because sometimes it'll take a couple of days, especially when you're streaming and uploading shorts of a more of a niche type of content like American Truck Simulator. So with that, sometimes it takes a few days for it to get out to people, but it's still circulating, right? So it's still getting views, it's still getting likes and things for a couple of days, and then once that dies off, I'll go ahead and upload another one. Sometimes that can happen from once a day, sometimes it's once every 2 to 3 days. Here lately, during this part of the week, you know, from about Monday to Wednesday, or even a couple of days before that, it's been about 3 days. I've spaced it out. But videos, people will tell me like, hey, you should do videos, which I am planning on doing. I was actually hoping to be able to move my live streams over to and just label them videos after the live streams. But what I think I'm going to start doing, and I wish I would have done it today, just with all the wonderful conversation that you and I got to have and all the stuff we got to go over and talk about. Today would have been a wonderful day to record because we covered so much, which isn't terrible, right? It'll come up again. So no worries there, but I think that is what I'm going to start doing, is that whenever we've got a good convoy going, something like that, especially when there's several of us in here, that's when I'll start recording. That way I can upload those kind of more highlighted spots of the stream instead of uploading the entire 8 hours. And it may be several hours long, but it won't be the entire duration, you know, unless we just do a community convoy that's, you know, 8 hours long or something, and it's full of, you know, yapping and good content. Then absolutely, but I appreciate it. What's the damage on this one, y'all? 193 gallons, $918 at $4.74 a gallon. Don't need anything? They're good. Why they got the windows blacked out like that? You get a little suspicious of walking in there, but each their own. Newer gen? No, I have not. Big hauler. I can tell you exactly what happened when I got the game, and obviously we're 1,200 hours in now, but when I first got the game, I did those quick jobs, right, where you're just pretty much using company truck, picking up a trailer, and heading out. I did that until I had enough money to buy a Peterbilt 389. I bought that, and I just kept doing a bunch of jobs, and then as I unlocked, you know, bought more DLCs, obviously this is like from the beginning, and got the special transport, heavy hauling, and stuff like that. And the more states, as y'all know, the more we can travel out, as well as the skill tree goes. But once I did that, I just put all my money into my company, and so that's why people are like, did you use a mod, a money mod or anything? I'm like, nope, I didn't. All I did is every time I'd get up to a couple million, I would go to buy a couple garages, upgrade them to the max size, put, you know, customize the truck, copy, you know, put that truck in all the garages I just bought, hire drivers, put them to work, and then I would just rinse and repeat that method. And that's how I got up to eventually about 30 million. And at that point I was about exactly 40 drivers and 40 trucks, and then however many trailers. And then from there, one night we did it on stream. We did all of this on stream, and so I went ahead and doubled it. So I bought another 40 trucks, I hired another 40 drivers, and from there we literally went from 30 million to 60 something million dollars. And that's when I was like, okay, I think I need to pump the brakes on this now. But it worked out great, it really did. Definitely don't have to worry about expenses on the game. Nothing wrong with that. Oh yeah, you will. Especially just a couple, you've only got like you said, 200, probably 300 or so around now. I'd say you'll be there in no time, especially if you just keep doing that method and take longer hauls, or just ones that pay really well, like the special transports and stuff like that, that will just pay an exorbitant amount of money, or not even going that far in some cases. But for me, I've always just did super long hauls, which when you pair that with special transport and depending on the skills you have unlocked, you can make a pretty penny. And then you get all those bonuses, you know, at the end once you deliver, depending on, again, that the skills play a part with the bonusing, certain percentage.
Go straight up. That's right.
I believe in this one, I'd have to look. I believe this one's a 336, but it's 18 speed. I always go 18 speed. I was nervous this one might not have it, but I was able to find one. I think there's two transmissions for this truck that have 18 speed. Yeah, I just like driving them. I feel weird driving anything lower than that. I got you. Yeah, the shifters I'm looking at getting have the, you know, where you can screw it off and put the Eaton puller attachment on there. And that just obviously gives you the ability to kind of do it like you would in a big rig. You know, low, high, switch up and down. And then unlock, gives you, with that gearbox, gives you double the amount of gears. That's what I plan on getting here soon. I just got a couple really, really exciting things IRL about to happen, so I'm getting those out of the way, and then that's actually going to make it even easier to upgrade the stuff that we're wanting to do as far as our streaming goals. With the dashboard and, you know, the button box and all that stuff. It's gonna be even better for it. I'm super, super excited.
Go straight up.
I appreciate you. I really do. I'm not saying nothing about it in specific. Yeah, I love our little setup that we got, like, compared to where we were too. Like, we went from playing on a cloud-based gaming service and we just had internet going for us. I didn't have a strong PC, and then we got blessed and now we have the NVIDIA 4080. We've now got the Moza trucking bundle, you know, sim dashboard on the iPad, cool little stuff like that. I'm super happy with where it's at. I'm not in a super hurry. Obviously, I'm excited to upgrade it like anybody else when you have a cool hobby that you're into, but definitely grateful for where we're at. Yeah, no, I have people come and joke with me, like, because right now, we're at 8 hours and 42 minutes on this live stream. But having these couple of days off where things get busy. Because here in the coming weeks, it'll be pretty busy for me. We'll still be streaming and all that, but we'll be busy. it'll definitely mellow out. And it may not even be too hectic to begin with. I'm just preparing for that, you know. Goodness, buddy. Taking off, ain't you? But the, obviously, if I didn't stream it, I don't think I'd play for this duration for sure, but with streaming and stuff, it's a lot of fun, because not only are you working towards something, growing channel, that type of thing, but also get to hang out with so many cool people, meet a lot of new people that otherwise I probably wouldn't, you know. Only so many convoys you can join in servers on ATS to, you know, run into people and make new friends. Left on red, wrong Conti on T. Don't do it to me, Big Holler. Don't do it to me. Little situation here. Use us ambulance. Just gonna come around right here. Don't mind us at all. Get out of your way. I get so used to it. There we go. And the cool part, that's why as we're getting close to wrapping up the series for now, just because I cycle them through, just because so people don't get burnt out on just doing one type of, you know, being on one series too long. Like to give everybody a little variety. But we started it in Texas, down in Brownsville, so now we're going down to McAllen. Kind of cool, full circle moment there. But with that, I also like it because as you see, we get a 75 mile per hour zones, and in some lucky instances we'll get up to 80, and I love that. Yeah, I like driving Texas for like a lot of the reason I just said. Also the same reason I don't really like driving in California, just for that 55 mile per hour zone that we're always stuck in, even on the interstate. So that's one reason I avoid that a lot. Yep, absolutely. And that's why I love it. And so diverse too. You get a little desert, you can get the tropical vibes, drive by the Gulf, drive by a bunch of palm trees, farmland. It's really cool. Got a little bit of everything. And that's why, like we talked about the other day, how we both bought Texas after getting the base game. Just because for me, like, Easy Logic, kind of similar to what we were saying yesterday. Just it was the biggest DLC I could get at the time, so like, well, we'll start there and work our way around. That'll give me something to do while I'm waiting to get more maps. But yeah, I don't always come down here as much as I'd like to, but luckily with us doing the cattle hauling and the crops and stuff, that's brought us back down here a lot more, because as of late, just because I actually ended up getting Washington last. Washington, I think, was the very last hit I got. And so with that, I've been having a lot of fun going up to Montana, Washington, Oregon. And I haven't drove enough of Utah and Idaho, and I've had a lot of fun driving through there. Same thing with what we talked about from the cattle hauling, etc. It's been a lot of fun. And then the live animation, if you do your own trailers, if you like me at the beginning, and this took a long time. I mean, almost 1,000 hours in. I had done a couple to where I did my own trailer, but when they added the live animation, for example, for the crops, or for loading lumber, that type of thing, that's when I really recognized how good, how beneficial it was, especially streaming or just for immersion if you're just playing off stream, to have that live animation, because getting to see all the crops get loaded into the grain hopper is just super awesome to me. I love that. So if you haven't tried that out yet, I highly recommend it. Super cool getting to pull up with your own trailer that you can customize. You can obviously match it to the color of the truck you're hauling it with, that type of thing. Just really make it really yours. Oh yeah, for sure. I was blown away. I was just happy to play the game. I wasn't even really, to be fully honest, when I first got into American Truck Simulator, and mind you, I've wanted to play this game since 2016. I just grew up on consoles, and that's just how I played, obviously, for a long time. I played Alaskan Road Trucker when it came out. Just a short time before playing ATS for the first time. And so that already kind of got me super hyped up for it. But I wasn't even close to aware as how awesome the modding community is in this game.
Go straight on. That's right.
Oh yeah, 18 Wheels of Steel. Yeah, I played BeamNG. I used to do the CarX Drift online simulator or whatever it's called. Now they've got that CarX Street. I've heard good things about it. That's another, you know, that drifting simulator game they came out with several years back now. That's another fun one. Oh no, you're all good. Right. Yeah, I've seen that. Kind of like, you know, when you play SnowRunner or MudRunner. Just a little different. Right? Yeah, I played a lot of SnowRunner and MudRunner on console. Super fun game, but it is a trip. Those are games that have a ton of fun mods too. A lot of funny mods as well. See, speaking of palm trees like we were earlier, yeah, they are. I really do feel that.
Exit right.
Hang on, is it trying to trick us here? No, it's not.
Turn right.
Had to be a little extra with the last jake break of the night. Oh, nice. I always will approve of that build.
Go straight on. That's right.
Water park right there, though. Very nice. Easy. I don't think it's saying Ghost Radar color, but I am not 100% sure. I've never heard it say that.
Turn left.
You're all good. Nothing much, buddy.
Get ready
We've
to
just
turn
been
right.
hauling. Big hauler has sent us like 100, 200 roses tonight. It's been awesome. It's been a great night.
Turn
Great,
right.
great day of towing. We're getting close. We already got 11,000 miles on the Wrecker. Easy. Not bad. Almost 12.
Go straight on.
Not bad at all. You know I'm gonna put this thing to work. Easy. You already know. I'm hoping we can, speaking of holy cow, I'm hoping we can haul some cattle soon. Or some crops. Haven't decided which one we should hop back to, you know, just to mix it up again. Because this is day 6 now. Technically, this is the 7th stream of it, because I did one at 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. last night like we talked about, but I just counted it late night, you know, day 5. So this would technically, if you wanted to, call it, you know, day 6 part 2, but I just went late night. Got the day 5. Right? I know, man, I've been feeling for you. Jarhead stopped by. He's on the road. He was in Kentucky. I didn't air out all your business. I was just told him, you know, haven't been feeling good. I told everybody that's your story to tell if you wanted to, but really hoping you're feeling better, because I know you got the record DLC for us. Because if y'all haven't joined us before, both Easy and I had the Cabover Wrecker. He got us the DLC, or the Cabover itself, and then he got us the record for it.
Your route guidance is.
And we felt a little ill. Has not been able to use it, so. It's been a bummer.
Ready to rock and roll.
Why is it doing this to me? On the mood. There you go. And by not in the mood, I'm in a great mood. I just didn't feel like dealing with that. And I'll ride with you whatever you want to, Easy. 100%, buddy. I'm off. Just gotta see what time girlfriend goes to work. I'll be ready. Didn't mess up anything we've got. I've been checking every day, hoping that they updated the mega map. That way our map will go back to normal and we can do us a long haul. I completely get why you ask, though. 100%. What do they got in Brownsville? Got anything for us? Wolfkin. I don't know. To be honest, I was debating if I should call it now. Unless you want to hop on here. We'll keep this thing going. Happily. Because I'm not necessarily tired, I just want to run tomorrow. Trying to settle down a little earlier. Speaking of that, I didn't keep chatting with y'all, but I am going to grab my melatonin either way. So I took it last night at 12 around this time, and I was still up at 3. So, but grab that real quick. But also get if you want to just rest up tonight, save it for tomorrow. Get that 100%, buddy. There you go. No, I'm with you 100%, buddy. 100%. Now, if you get you some more rest, that'll make you even better for tomorrow. And then you can really, oh goodness, where did I put? Then you can truly go hard tomorrow. I have to worry about, you know, being tired from getting a little too excited a little too early. The system's already pushing it. Starting 12:20 a.m. my time. I think that's a good stopping point. And we got 440 views on the YouTube, 378 on the TikTok, 6,695 likes. Let me take a look at this really quick, y'all, so we know. So, and then we had Big Hauler send over 200 roses. Thank you so much. Seriously, to all of y'all. Thank you to everybody that hung out with us today. Had a bunch of people that just hung out with us throughout the day, and I really do appreciate you all. Especially you, Big Hauler. It's been a pleasure getting to meet you. Hopefully we can get you in and running. Y'all, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your night. Cannot wait to hang out with y'all again tomorrow. Try and get on in the morning, my time. Of course, Easy, I'll be hitting you up, my friend, as always. Thank you all for being you. Super excited to be running with you. Well, tomorrow, Easy. But y'all have a great Thursday, and I will see y'all later. Good night, y'all.